Hi. Hey, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 8:39 on April. I'm sorry, March 3rd. April, excuse me, April 3rd, April 3rd, April 3rd, and I had a very late start today because I forgot to I had to completely rewire my computer to a 10 strip USB strip, and like a 10 strip powered USB. And this caused a whole bunch of technical errors, and I lost the video, and I was very slow about starting. And I just, that's how so I'm starting the video very late, and I apologize, and we're mid Final Fantasy 11 party. I played Mortal there for, I don't know, fucking 6 hours or so. I played Mortal for like 6 hours. This was a slow start today, but it's still gonna be like at least two videos of a day, so, I don't mind recording, it's still all stuff. So as you can see, I'm currently in a BST party, and it's a rolling start here. I love you guys. I just want to say hi. I'll put it on the big face for just a second. Hi guys, I love you. How are you today? This is Skycatlive. Sorry about that weird start, but I mean, it was kind of a weird, disjointed, like sort of technical difficulties day. I've learned to not get angry about these and just accept them. Be like, so I used to get so angry when I lost a video. I would get angry. But now I'm just like, nope, I gotta roll with the punches. I'm here every day with you guys. I'm trying to get out every day. One of these days, I think it'll start to be very apparent, like, how valuable... Oh, yeah, I forgot to put new food as well. Why is there a white mage dying? Seems odd. Sorry, I got distracted there, just paying attention to what happens. Yeah, because we have a goblin and a thing. No, don't sleep it. I'll just kill it. That's fine. Quite fun, actually, killing all this shit. Kind of chaotic. So yeah, I wanted to get the video. I could have just kept playing music. I could have just played music the rest of the night. But no, I wanted to record. I'm gonna get level 74 here soon. Yeah, hey, in AK I'm gonna get 74, which is really good. That'll probably be the end of the party or something like that, but that's still good. I'll get 74 here. Two of them. Number 6, not bad. We came low though, like a little bit risky, but. I'm gonna go pee. Real quick. Much better. Oh, I'm spinning around. No.
Autopilot engaged. Hedge clippers, opening and closing them, making gestures at us as if they were going to kill us. They really wanted to lynch us. But the ones in the white pickup truck stopped, fire shot into the air, shouted Allah Akbar, and kept going. Suddenly, they stopped, pulled us out, and pushed us through a low gate. It was the entrance to a tunnel. It was incredibly difficult to get in there. We had to hold on to the walls to keep from falling. We couldn't see anything. It was complete darkness. The floor was covered in stones, sand, and plastic bags. I don't even know what was inside. And there was cables everywhere. And they kept pushing us forward. We were certain that that was it, that we would left underground. Every door that opened, we thought it was the end, but no, we kept going. They started asking us if we were Jews. They shouted, Jews, Jews, and we answered, Argentinians, Argentinians, Messi, Messi. It didn't help much, but we tried. So we kept going. We were inside the tunnel for about 4 to 5 hours, constantly running. There were moments when the tunnel's height was about this low, so we had to crawl. Suddenly, they sat us down on the side and started taking us one by one. We had no idea where they were taking us. It was the last one. When it was my turn, I looked and they took me to the right. Then I saw a steep dirt wall with metal rods, like stairs. It was incredibly sharp, hard to grip. One hand, one foot. Another hand, another foot. Like slowly figuring out how to play with it, to hold on so I wouldn't fall. It wasn't easy. Those who couldn't make it were tied with a rope and pulled up, just like with their weapons. They piled them up. They tied them up together and lifted them that way. When we got up, we noticed that it was daylight. We were happy. The people on the streets acting as usual, as if nothing was happening. Kids were playing soccer. Children were coming out of school. From there, they put us into a car. The girls and I sat down in the back, and Fernando was in the front. And that's how we drove through the alleys. We had no idea where we were. Today I know that it was already Rafa, meaning that between the tunnels, we entered through Khan Yunis and exited in Rafa. They drove in circles, trying to confuse us, but we kept seeing the same buildings over and over again. Later on, we also started recognizing landmarks. Eventually, they brought us to a gate where there was a house. I mean, what looked like an unfinished house under construction, but it seemed like that. But when we got there and they took us up the stairs, we saw that the inside, it was a fully furnished home. They sat us down in what seemed like a men's lounge. We spoke to each other in Spanish in order to be able to talk about them without them understanding. And then the first one we saw, we named him the boss of the house. And he was somehow trying to be nice with us. And he told us, don't stress, we kidnapped you to exchange you for prisoners in Israel jails. Then he turned around and said, I will protect you. And we were really confused. We were wondering what he would protect us from. Why should he protect us? And then we realized he was protecting us from his own people. They were dangerous to us, always with their guns on us. So much hatred in their eyes. They were completely barbaric. Somehow he was different. He tried to make us like him. He gave us water every day and made sure we had what we needed. And he also told us, if you need anything, come to me. I'll try to get anything or whatever you need. That's it. That's how our life in captivity began.
That's a pretty unusual experience, right?
Yeah. Most of the hostages are held in tunnels.
Well, they were being held in tunnels for the most part. We don't know exactly where, because if I knew where, of course the Israelis would have known where beforehand.
He stayed above the ground in a house. I know that some were kept that way also, but the majority were kept in tunnels or still there. Yeah.
In the evening, they brought us a bun with a piece of canned meat. So we didn't ask questions. We just ate it. So that's how we were there for 2 or 3 days. And then suddenly they came and told us they were moving us to another house. So in the middle of the night, they took us one by one. But in that house, the living room where we sat was in the back, not in facing the street, because they were afraid that if people on the street heard us, the local population would realize there were hostages there, and they might try to lynch us or something. They wanted to keep us alive so they can get a better price for us.
So why do you think he was given preferential treatment over the other hostages?
I think it was just random, to be honest, because you had different groups holding different hostages, and each one of them just kind of did whatever they wanted. Like Luis said that the commander that held him wanted him to be safe, so the leverage when they negotiate the deal would be higher for him, because when they negotiate people that are alive, the price they get back, Hamas, is higher.
The unit that received us at that house, they were more, let's say, normal. One of them was somehow friendly. He spoke to us and helped us. And all of the rest, not at all. Only hatred in their eyes. So we saw quite a broad range of humanity, and we started adapting to life in captivity. How did we pass the time? Either sitting or lying down, doing nothing. Clara tried to keep us active with all sorts of activities in the place, or playing games. We also played 7 boom, except the booms were coming from outside. But it helped us to pass the time.
Okay, what's 7 boom?
7-1 is just a game where you go each double of 7, you just say boom.
It's like 7, 14,
yeah,
21, boom.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot about Israel from your correspondence. I know 3 words. Sheket,
Sheket?
which I thought meant peace, but it actually means be quiet. I told my girl's family, I said, sheket. And they're like, what? And then I know.
That's rude.
Yalla is like, what up? Or like, sounds good.
Yalla is a lot of things, yeah.
And then I know terror, which is terror.
אלו תומכי טרור בפועל.
Terror.
Terror.
חיזבאללה זה ארגון טרור.
Terror.
Terror. All right, my bad. We're getting off track. Let's go back to the interview.
So after 129 days there, suddenly the IDF arrives. We had no idea what was happening. I open my eyes and I see bullets flying everywhere. It's almost impossible to see anything. Someone grabbed my head, pushed it down, and whispered in my ear, Luis, it's the IDF. We are here to take you home. That was the moment I realized it was a commando unit and that I was in the safest hands in the world. And there, they spoke over the radio on the communication device and said, the diamonds are in our hands. That was the code. The signal to everyone that we were now in their hands and that we were beginning our journey back home. And that's it. We got on board and they flew us back to Israel. We arrived at Tel Hashom Hospital where the doctors were waiting for us. Then our family started arriving. We saw everyone. All the 5 of us who were kidnapped from the safe room hugged together, safe and free. We were taken from our homes, from our safe place. We need to end this. They all have to be brought back.
Yo, what's up, guys? The situation in Israel is one of the most significant and precarious global events unfolding right now. One day there's a ceasefire, the next day bombs are dropping, and the way it's being reported depends entirely on where you look. Different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narratives, which is why independent reporting matters, and we here at Channel 5 are committed to bringing you raw, unfiltered coverage straight from the streets. But before we even put boots on the ground, we get informed using Ground News. Ground News is a dope-ass news aggregate that lets you see exactly how different media outlets, both left, right, and center, are covering the same stories, using their biased distribution tool. For example, let's take a look at how the Israel-Palestine conflict is being covered. Here, the Gaza Health Ministry says 50,000 have been killed since the beginning of the war. The story is being covered predominantly by the left and the center. But the story about Israel's voluntary migration plan is barely being covered by the center and the left, and predominantly being covered by the right. With Ground News, you can track these narratives and see what's actually being said on both sides, and most importantly, what's being left out. And if you want to dig even deeper into the evil media cabal, the ownership tool tracks the corporate interest and ownership shares behind major news outlets, so you can see who's really controlling the narrative. Journalism is supposed to be a tool to hold the powerful accountable, but when the news organizations are owned by massive corporations, the bottom line often takes priority over the truth. But that's not how we do things at Channel 5, which is why we trust Ground News to help guide us in the right direction. And for right now, using my QR code or link, you can subscribe and get 40% off the Unlimited Vantage plan, which comes out to less than $5 a month. As I mentioned, just scan this QR code or click the link below to sign up. Supporting Ground News means supporting Channel 5, which means we can keep making videos like this and giving you in-depth coverage of real shit, not watered down or dictated by the corporate forces that be. So check it out, stay informed, and don't let the media tell you how to think. All right, back to the streets of Israel.
Of course, Hamas did these horrible things, but we have to remember 2 things. Netanyahu and his government knew they are the enemy, but Netanyahu was feeding them with money from Qatar in cash so it won't be traced, strengthening Hamas. Netanyahu was trying either to buy quiet from Hamas by feeding him with money, but more thing, his plan was to avoid the 2-state solution, to avoid pressure on him to go to negotiation on the 2-state solution. He was making sure Hamas will be strong enough against the Palestinian Authority, so the Palestinians will stay split between the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Then he could say, hey, how can I go for a negotiation? They are not united. So he did this thing to make sure he won't be pressured to go for a 2-state solution. It doesn't matter if this 2-state solution is something that needs to be done or not, but the way he did it, strengthening the biggest enemy against Israel, was his heinous doing, and we know the results.
I think it's important to clarify that the hostages weren't released as a result of like Israeli military might. It was a trade.
It was a trade.
So in exchange for these hostages, we had to pull out of areas in Gaza. We also had to give back thousands of terrorists that have killed Israeli citizens.
Israel is set to release more than 600 Palestinian prisoners.
זה כל ההבדל בין חיילת שנחטפה בפיג'מה או תינוק בן 8 חודשים לבין אסירה שמשתחררת כי היא דקרה נער בן 14 ברחוב.
It's a lot to pay, but it's worth it when you see these hostages land on the ground.
So a few dozen hostages were traded for 1,600 Palestinian prisoners being held in Israeli detention facilities.
Yeah, that's what I hear, something like that.
From what it seems like, even what we're seeing at this event, that has kind of created some controversy.
We feel there are elements in Israel who don't want it to go through, extremists and zealots who don't want to see this happening for their reasons.
There is a big fear that it will not get into its completed phase. There is a very big concern that the Prime Minister has a motivation to break the deal in order to stay in power, because some fraction in his coalition are threatening that if the deal will be completed and we shall not return to war, they will withdraw from the coalition, and this way it will end his reign, his prime ministry era.
This man didn't just make a theoretical statement here. The day after this interview was conducted, his prediction about Netanyahu losing Orthodox support came true. So throughout the war, Netanyahu's majority coalition has had a 56% majority in the Israeli government, holding 67 out of 120 governmental seats. Within his coalition is a radical faction called Otzma Yehudit, or Jewish Power, who hold 7 of those seats.
If Jewish Power is stronger, they will be able to ask Netanyahu for more things. He will not have a choice.
We will make sure Netanyahu finally does something.
So that faction, Jewish Power, believes in the total dissolution of all Palestinian territories. And on the day after the hostage trade and ceasefire deal went through, the radical faction's leader, Itamar Ben-Gvir, formally withdrew Otzma Yehudit from Netanyahu's coalition.
One of the most hardline ministers in Benjamin Netanyahu's hardline government is out.
Meaning that Netanyahu is literally 1 seat away from losing majority power, which puts a lot of Israelis on edge, especially given the fact that there are still many hostages being held in Gaza.
This phase is dealing only with 32 hostages. There are another 60 that are going to be left behind.
Fears are growing about what will happen next with the ceasefire.
My son is not in the first deal, and we are waiting, anxious to see who will be released next.
We're not 100% sure if they're alive or dead. We just really want everybody to come back home.
Because there are still 90 hostages, including my brother. Or and his wife Einav went to the Nova Music Festival. A few minutes after, a group of terrorists arrived and started throwing grenades and sprayed his bomb shelter with bullets and even fired an RPG into it. He had to witness his wife being murdered in front of him.
Several weeks after these interviews were filmed, on March 19, 2025, Israel, not Hamas, broke the ceasefire agreement, bombing Gaza and killing 400 people in their homes.
Red Cross headquarters in Rafah has been hit by an Israeli airstrike.
They also struck the Beirut suburb of Dahya, breaking their ceasefire with Hezbollah.
Israel's military said it hit a drone storage facility in the area belonging to the Iran-backed armed group.
Additionally, they suspended all humanitarian aid, like food, medical supplies, and water from entering Gaza.
The Prime Minister's office said the decision was taken because Hamas had refused to accept an American proposal.
This set the previously peaceful streets of Israel ablaze, as it was obvious that Netanyahu had caved to the pressure of his disenchanted Orthodox allies. According to Professor Gelvin, Israel is now preparing for the final stage of the war, which involves the deliberate creation of a famine in the hopes that between resource scarcity and weakened Hamas leadership, Gaza will destroy itself through infighting.
Now, what the Israelis are counting on is they're counting on non-Hamas warlords to be able to take control over certain areas within Gaza and keep Gaza sort of under bad governance on the one hand, but also keep Gazans occupied on their own turf battles within Gaza itself. There actually is a political science concept called warlordism. And it's the idea that, okay, when you remove the veneer of a state, when you remove the army, when you remove the police, all of a sudden what you're going to see is these local pockets that are going to emerge. And this is what happened in Syria, this is what happened in Yemen, this is what happened in Libya, this is what's going to happen in Gaza unless there is going to be some settlement. Now, the Israelis are saying we don't want any Palestinian control whatsoever of Gaza. Well, what are they going to end up with? They don't want Palestinian control, but certainly none of the Arab countries want to take control either.
So basically, Hamas is still in charge in Gaza, right?
In Gaza, Hamas is still in charge because this government didn't paint any kind of future
like
for
solution.
the day after.
Yeah.
So it's a vacuum that it only carried on with a.
This is my problem.
Situation.
Nobody ever talks
There is
solutions
no real
ever.
plan.
They just
Who
talk.
will
They just
replace
talk
them,
problems.
When
That's
they
it.
will replace them. What will be the mandate of any fraction that will take power after them?
A week after Israel broke the ceasefire, Gaza saw its first open, anti-Hamas protest in decades. Out, Hamas, out, they're chanting, shocking international media as the streets of Israel continued to shout.
In Gaza, hundreds of people have taken part in the largest anti-Hamas protest there since the start of the war with Israel.
But still, in the absence of a concrete plan, the future of Gaza is still uncertain.
I want to trust Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump that they will do whatever they can in their power to make sure that no group of fanatic people will control this region.
At the end of them, Hamas should be replaced in power, if I understood it correctly, in Gaza. All the hostages should be released. Israel should be withdrawn from the Gaza Strip. That citizens that are now refugees spread it all over should return to what used to be their home.
Hopefully Trump will be able to figure something out, and other world leaders will step up and help Israel get everybody back home.
Hamas is still in power no matter what the Israelis say. Hamas is really in power. Israeli war aims have been to get rid of Hamas. They're not going to be able to do that. They're too integrated into the society of Gaza. They're the largest employer in Gaza. They're the administration of Gaza as well. So this is not something that's going to be, well, let's just get rid of Hamas and then we can put somebody else in. And that's why when everybody was saying how the Trump plan was so visionary, it's not. It's something that's going back to where things were. Palestinians are Palestinians. They're not generic Arabs. There's not 22 other places in the Arab world.
Testify, brother.
They are Palestinians, and the Israelis even recognize that.
They're people and they deserve respect, just like everybody else.
Palestinians comprise a nation. Now, a nation has a territory, and part of that territory is going to be Gaza. The other part of that territory is going to be the West Bank. So, therefore, if we are going to have a solution to the question, it's going to have to be a two-state solution. It's going to have to be where Palestinians have a state of their own.
Do you believe in coexistence?
I do believe, but you know, I don't know who is the partner on the other side right now. We have Arabs living in Israel and we coexist together peacefully. There's no reason why we can't do the same for the Gaza Strip or the West Bank. We need to make sure that another entity will enter this region in order to get to this stage, but it will take time for that to happen.
We have a long way to go with the Palestinians and to live two countries side by side. It will happen someday. We are on the way. Now it's the beginning.
The end of the conflict is a two-state solution. That's the only way that the conflict is going to end. There is no military solution for this. That constantly going back into Gaza and constantly going back into the West Bank is not going to work for the Israelis. But fundamentally what they have to do is make peace with the Palestinian national movement.
I remember whenever we did our first interview around a year and a half ago, you said you felt like the main reason that Hamas started the conflict was more or less to keep the Palestinian question alive.
Keep the question alive, make sure there's no compromise.
Do you feel like they were successful?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, right before October 7th, all we were talking about was Saudi Arabia and its possible peace deal with Israel. Now all we're talking about is Gaza. So they were absolutely capable of doing it. They absolutely did that. They achieved their war aim, which was to make it so that the Palestinian issue can no longer be ignored. And everybody and his brother is jumping on board to try to get some sort of peace deal going, try to figure out exactly how to resolve the issue. This is something that the Palestinians have done over and over and over again. I mean, basically, it looks like a tactical defeat, and it is a tactical defeat. But on the other hand, it is a strategic victory for the Palestinians. The Palestinian cause is now the front row problem in international relations. You have that, you have Ukraine, you have a couple of other ones. I mean, my last book, I wrote a chapter on whatever happened to the Israel-Palestine conflict, was the name of the chapter. And this is what happened to the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5
Fuck the
News.
authority.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, shit. Hey, man, thanks for that web link. It's really working.
Dear Kelly, it was so good.
But we just dropped an entire feature film.
Yeah, it was so good. It was so good.
www.dearkellyfilm.com.
DearKellyFilm.com.
It's an action-packed movie that revolves around the life and times of Kelly Johnson, a.k.a. Kelly J. Patriot.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Clintons.
Come here, Nazi. You're going to Guantanamo.
Oh, my gosh, what did I do? Am I getting canceled?
The Democrats don't like you. They're going to cancel you. It documents his semi-estranged family and their attempt to pull him out of the rabbit hole.
Are you selling baby parts, yes or no? Don't tread on me! Don't even think about it!
I don't want to say too much, but it's a good movie. If you guys want to watch it, it would mean a lot.
It was so good.
www.dearkellyfilm.com. It's available for rent and buy. You can rent it for $5.55, or you can buy it for $15.55.
www.dearkellyfilm.com. www.dearkellyfilm.com. www.dearkelly.
So good. So good, every second of it. It's just funny. This bomb was so good. When nobody got any XP either. This is so awesome. This was one of the best wipes. Creel, you got work to do. Creel, you got work to do. Was Never heard that before, but I'm stealing it. I'm perma-speedo, baby. Yeah, I suppose I should, like, do stuff. I wish I had followed them over here, then I wouldn't have had to do stuff. Just single heals 2 people. Cure 5, cure 5. Take 5 seconds. So much cheaper. Well, it's not cheaper, but it's... If the white mage doesn't, bar fire. If the 75 white mage doesn't bar fire with their enhancing skill, that bomb hits for 1201. It's hilarious. not my grill. Oh. Stone skin. I'm gonna get 74. I knew it. I was like, I'm within 1 kill from 74, aren't I? Yes, I am. Yep. What kind of playlist is this? No, play that one. I don't think I want the opening theme. It's a little too, you know, symphonic. Too majestic, or too loud. Overbearing.
Autopilot disabled.
I'm gonna get 75 BST. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What shall I fight when I'm 75? I'll fight... Nope, too loud. There's a good song. Damn it, Hobgoblin Alistor, time to die. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sit at the top of a Stroha, and I'm gonna kill coffer mobs all day and pop coffer keys for astral rings. That's what I'm gonna do. And I'll just kill stupid ass birds all day. I like fighting birds, and that's not that bad of a trip. It's like you teleport Mia, you know, with BST Thief. Or whatever, I don't know. Like, those aren't that bad. Yeah, they're not that bad. Why aren't you autopilot? Because I've got no place to go? Do I have the loot in my belly? Yes, I do.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive.
I don't think I want to do this, because I did this the other day. I think I want to do Caves of Cut soundtrack. Oh, also, I want to get my 76 login done.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
This for just a second. I love this music. 76 music's fucking just totally wins my heart.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh man, if I sub White Mage, I can like I can teleport around now. Now I don't ever have to walk to...
Approaching Stargate.
I wonder if I can solo these catapulpas. Probably not, because like look how long it takes us to kill them. Or I don't know, 75 might be okay. 75 might be okay. 75 with merits.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Trying to think of where I can solo as a BST, a 75 BST that pays well. Misaru Coast? I can farm codexes and sell them for 30K.
Docking
No, I want to
permission
come into
requested.
private.
Docking permission requested.
$392, not bad.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Autopilot engaged.
Okay, there's my 76 daily.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Guess I'll get back on, what's it called, Mortal 2 and just farm stones till I AFK. Just call it free money, because I need stuff. Damn, what I nail him for? Distortion 177, 296 Rampage.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh yes, so caves are cut time. Haha, resist. Oh no, I have defense down. That sucks. That was my last XP buff already.
Jumping. To Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested.
Come on, Tones, go. You're so annoying. Fine, I'm just gonna go.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
I hit for 137, god damn. I made good progress. In a couple of days, I'm going to get 75 PST, which really makes a lot of this easier. I could just farm some nasty place that pays out really well. I just don't know where. Jeez. Courses for Iolites. That might be what I do. Courses.
walker so I can show you what those in the fight a little bit. But I'm just going to pull in. This is the lobby here, okay? And these are all walkers from our clan that are logged off in the lobby. And you can see the number here. So we have, because we live on the south of the map, we have 24 walkers logged off around that side of the map. And let's pick some random spider walker so I can show you what these look like, because these are always fun. We'll log that. That's on the top. Is that on the top?
Log in, set me to chop a rock, and go. I'm gonna chop tree and bring a stack of wood with me when I leave Haven, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Okay. 74 Beastmaster. Not bad, not bad. So let's see what he checks now. That the sink's over. 81, very tight. He's VT, so he'll kill me. Hobgoblin, 79, he's VT. So I can't kill these, but yeah. Ushruru Rakas Furrow. This is a settlement. Ah, nice, it's a settlement. Maybe I can sell and get water off them. Okay, this party ends. Somebody mentions that they've got a map pack that they put in the Discord. I'm gonna go check that out.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, look at that. I got brand new maps. Cool.
Autopilot jumping.
Fucking dope as fuck.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive
Alldayerrydaybaby
active.
No, I don't care. I don't care that I don't, like, honestly, I want to change.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I've got to change sub. Oops. Check for silver. Oh, no, wait. No, just go back. Oh my god, those are the elemental spawns? They are the elemental spawns. So of course somebody killed that one, but if I go due east, is there more?
Jumping.
Can I just kill for air elementals? Yeah, but I gotta change sub anyways. I'm just gonna change sub.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I'm full. Fuck, I have to go deal with that too.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm gonna go turn my tune on and just see how it looks, because sometimes it like looks good. I suppose the skies in this game don't really matter. I'm gonna go back and turn it on.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
No, it makes the game look way too weird. I mean, it's cool. But no, it makes the sky look fucking terrible. Yeah, this makes the game look actively worse, and I'm just gonna go get rid of it. I need to eat. I believe I will have some refried beans.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Yeah, I believe I will have some refried beans. I will be right back.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Some cheese. Oops.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
So, let's pull you. I killed here so that I can cook something. dinner. Oh, you know, I meant to grow some beans at best. Blue cheese. Refried beans and cheese for dinner with some orange leche. Damn it, I couldn't reach this. I couldn't do it. Fucking annoying. Everything's mostly safe except for this. You know, I'm fairly rich now. And I think I would like to... Okay, now I will go back to the YouTube main page and see if it offers me something entertaining. I saw something look good, but I don't remember what it is anymore. I'm looking gaming.
Dead game. 0 players online. Abandoned. All terms you would have heard over the past couple of years when...
Thank you, Sawman UK. Like and sub to your channel.
First up is Roma Victor, a MMORPG based on the Roman Empire. This PvP-focused MMO allowed players to choose between being a Roman or a barbarian, and fights would take place on a 30 by 30 map based in Little Old Britain.
Good morning, England!
Released in 2006, this MMO had stiff competition from, well, everyone. And unfortunately, it's really hard to find any sort of information around this game other than Wikipedia and the low-resolution YouTube videos. The official Roma Victor website is not what you think it is, and Red Bedlam, the developers behind this title, I mean, they have a LinkedIn page, but I don't think they've created anything recently. In January 2010, it was announced that the purchase of new accounts would be blocked as of May 5th, and that the game would remain online for another year after that, at Red Bedlam's expense. However, the game was shut down almost 6 months early without warning. As far as I can tell, there are no private servers for this title, and no one seems to be working on one. Unfortunately, it just wasn't that popular. Although with that being said, if they were to remake this game today, a Roman MMO with melee combat and fighting barbarians, I'm sure a lot of people would be invested and it would be super popular. Anyway, on to the next dead MMO. Gloria Victus is a melee combat MMO with a focus on PvP.
I said, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
It had a very short life because it was released in 2023 and closed down in 2023. Did I just say that melee combat MMOs would be popular? Admittedly though, this title did spend 6 years in early access, so
I like this title, I bought it.
All within the same year. The idea behind this MMO was that you had 3 factions to choose from, and you had one map that you all played on, and you had to go and capture castles and duke it out and siege and all that good stuff. Amazingly, I actually got to play this title before it closed down, and you know what? It wasn't bad, it just wasn't great. The combat was similar to Bannerlords, and you didn't have to do PvP. There were PvE objectives you can do, as well as a main story questline. However, if you do want a PvP, you had to go and craft your gear and just kit yourself out ready for battle. And when you died, well, you lost all your gear. The best feature about this game were the siege battles, but unfortunately they were far and few between due to the lack of population. There was a battlegrounds mode you can do where you didn't lose your gear, and that was seemingly more popular than some of the siege battles, but unfortunately they were quite sweaty, and any new players, well, it just wasn't enjoyable for them. I should know because I lived it. Sadly though, I get the feeling that there won't be any private servers for this indie MMO. Although it was enjoyable, I just feel like people will just try and improve on the concept rather than try and bring this one back. And with a player base which was quite small anyway, it's very unlikely anyone's trying to set up a private server anytime soon. Just when you thought the internet couldn't get any more weird, there was indeed a Family Guy MMORPG. I'm not joking. Don't believe me? Well, here's the trailer.
Would you like to come inside for a cupcake and a glass of wine?
Take on extreme challenges.
The evil monkey lives in my closet.
And enforce your own brand of law and order.
Well, if it isn't King Wardass.
Sign up now at FamilyGuyOnline.com.
Why?
Why?
To get a dry martini around here.
I know Family Guy's been accused of copying The Simpsons quite a lot, but honestly, this game gives me Simpsons hit and run vibes. It did, however, try to be a MMO. It even had different classes to pick from based on the main characters. So for instance,
Why?
Steve was DPS, Peter was a tank, and Chris and Meg were also a type of DPS. The game was in beta access, so unfortunately the Brian class wasn't available yet.
Why?
Although the game was free to play, would you believe it, there was indeed a cash shop. Although surprisingly, when the game did close down, they did offer to refund everyone's purchases in the cash shop, assuming it was within the last 60 days. So why did the game close down, you might be wondering? Well, due to a lack of content, players just weren't that interested. Feedback was that you can get to endgame within a week. The combat system wasn't great and was constantly being reworked. And do you know what? Maybe there's just not a player base for a Family Guy-centric MMO. Unsurprisingly,
why?
there are no private servers for Family Guy Online, although the source code is out there in the wild, and if you're smart enough, you might just be able to view the game still. But as it stands, unless you're clued up on game design and game coding, then you're not going to be able to view this game anytime soon.
Nope.
What's this? A MMO published by NCSoft and then abruptly closed a few years later? Shock. You might see this game referred to as Richard Garriott's Tabula Rasa rather than just Tabula Rasa. And the reason for that is because Richard Garriott was somewhat of a high-profile player in the MMO world. He was the inventor of Ultima Online, after all. And with his name attached to this title, what could go wrong?
Well, that was fucking dreadful.
It was a sci-fi shooter MMORPG with the premises that aliens come to Earth, wipe out pretty much most of humanity, but a small subsection of them escape, and then they seek revenge by trying to kill the aliens, who obviously did all the bad stuff. I know I'm butchering the lore, but do you know what? The game's dead anyway, what does it matter? At the time of Tabula Rasa's release, NCSoft had a few other MMOs in the work, such as Aeon, Wildstar, and and of course Guild Wars 2. NCSoft were already performing a juggling act, moving resources around from MMO to MMO. They'd already moved some of City of Heroes to help with Tabula Rasa, and it's likely they were doing the same with the other MMOs in development. NCSoft are notorious for having strict deadlines and targets that need to be met, and Tabula Rasa wasn't meeting their requirements. NCSoft fired Richard Garriott in November 2008, but publicly claimed that he left the company voluntarily, resulting in a lawsuit against them in July 2010. To put it simply, when you secretly fire the person whose name is literally on the title of the game, you can tell things are going to end badly.
I'm sure that'll go well.
Not for Garriott though, he got a boatload of money, and I'm sure he was pretty happy with that. There was attempts to keep the game alive after it officially shut down. There was a private server called Infinite Rasa, but unfortunately the website, the official website for it, doesn't work anymore, and I couldn't find any hint or inkling to there being a second private server. So I think it's safe to say it is dead. But despite the messy history and the very short life cycle, people do speak highly of this game and even compare it to a less modern WildStar, which is also dead. Believe it or not, there's actually been quite a few driving MMOs over the years. You've had Test Drive Unlimited, Need for Speed Online, and obviously The Crew, which is now shut down. Crowfall joins the long list of failed MMOs.
I played
that had a
Crowfall.
successful Kickstarter campaign.
I remember that.
With an initial goal of 800,000, they achieved this in less than 72 hours and went on.
Yeah, but it was just this crappy cell phone game, and it was just like, nah. Okay, I am going out there. I am a 74 Beastmaster Thief, and I am going to farm. Although, no, I'm full. I had to come back because I'm full. I'm fucking full. I've got to mail all of this stuff off to the alt. Probably 2 whole loads, something. And that's okay, but it's just going to take forever. But that's MMOs for ya. Looking for... I'm gonna deliver... Excuse me. Oops. Gotta put my dishes away. I'll be right back. Wait. Okay. What happened to my pen? Which is not good. It's not good at all. Oh, wait, no, I didn't feel it. I don't think it fell. That's odd. That's a P. I never did that. Okay, and I can pull this cord and put it on the pin. Okay, this thing's depleted. Let's get up on the horse. And we will go dump this. The other character will be better for this, and I will chop. I might put that character in Tindrum so this character can go home and have that character chop all the time, because it'll never log out. So yep. And then I'm going to pull this cord. I'm going to put it in my pen because it needs to charge. And there we go. And I will chop stone. There's somebody going somewhere I don't want to go.
To secure $1 million. It's currently the number 18 most funded Kickstarter video game in the history of Kickstarter. Development started in 2015, with the Kickstarter being funded in the same year. By 2020, the game released a beta, and by 2021, it was fully released. And somehow, 1 year later, it had closed down and shut its doors forever. Many people went on to praise the game. They enjoyed the PvP, they enjoyed the combat, but one of the problems was the actual mechanics around the game itself. One of the features of the game was that the world was procedurally generated, which seems all well and good until you stick over 200 plus players in a certain area where it's being procedurally generated. This caused players to experience frame drops and lag, and if there's one thing PvP players don't like, it's having more than one excuse as to why they died. The game was also badly marketed. A lot of the people who backed the MMO didn't even realize it released. But one of the biggest issues that the game had was just the fact that it was just too much of a zone. Player numbers really did count, so if you outnumbered teams by 1 or 2, that was enough to turn the tide of battle. So what this resulted in was that the game closed down after a year. It was then bought out by another company called Monumental, who have since sat on the title and done nothing with it for a good couple of years now. So, is it dead?
I logged in the wrong character.
Never see the light day again, and now some other company has the IP. Did you know there's about 5 different LEGO MMOs, and all 5 have been abandoned or shut down? I actually played LEGO Universe the other month, thanks to the work of some dedicated fan. But there is one in particular.
Our Lord and Savior Gavin has banned crypto, blockchain, and NFT games on their wonderful gaming platform Steam. A win for the common man, for gamers everywhere. Which is why in this video series, I'm going to be playing every single NFT and blockchain game on Steam.
Wait, what? What do you mean? I thought you just said...
Yeah, I know what I said. Unfortunately, there are some roaches out there that have very cleverly, or in more simpler terms, very easily bypassed Steam's ban by just not having them in there directly. Like, they're all still in there, you just can't buy them in-game. So yeah, not the most thought out rule. But luckily for us, there's a Steam curator out there keeping the land of Steam safe by diligently marking these games as blockchain or NFT games as they make their way onto Steam. Unfortunately for me though, there are more than 60 of them, and I'm going to be playing every...
Oh, I don't think I want to watch that.
How's it going, ladies?
Thank you, some more new gamers that like to sub to your channel.
And I'm off my medication, but I'm not unhinged enough to know that $80 games... Woo! That was a continuation of yesterday's video when I kind of looked at the Nintendo Switch 2. Kind of a hot topic right now. But you know what? I don't really care so much about the console necessarily, as much as I care about the price of video games jumping up another $10, okay? So back in 2023, a lot of video games started to cost $70, okay? And of course, once the entire community started to see that games
17
jumped from
grand,
that
nice.
$60 US price tag to $70, you bet your ass every other publisher in this entire space, whether you were Ubisoft, whether you were EA, whether you were Microsoft, whether you were Sony, if it's one thing the gaming publishers can agree on is, oh, you jacking up the price? Me too. Now,
Me too.
Nintendo recently announced a few new games alongside their system. One of them was Mario Kart World. Now, before we jump into this, ladies and gentlemen, I want to just start off by saying I'm Canadian, okay? It's not that shocking. But the prices we're talking about are in the US dollar, okay? Which is, by the way, the world's, like, you know, known currency, okay? This is what we're referring to. I've seen a lot of people throw around different numbers, and I'm just going to make sure for simplicity's sake, this video will all be about the US dollar. Anybody watching in my videos, if you're from, like, Canada, if you're from the United Kingdom, if you're from any part of the world, just convert what you're seeing on the screen or what we're talking about to your specific currency, okay? But anyways, one of the actual Best Buy listings that I started to see floating around were pretty varying in terms of price tags, right? So obviously the Switch is a $449 system, which again, all right, game systems are going to be expensive as they launch, especially in recent times. You've got multiple market factors coming in. I'm not going to say that Nintendo is overpricing this thing. I think that, again, when it comes to pricing, as low as a company can kind of go, especially when it comes to a product like gaming, is probably what I think a gaming company would want to do. But I think we're at this point where Nintendo's kind of at their, like, hubris arc. If you ever notice, like, a lot of game companies, whether you be, you know, Sony, when they were killing it with the PlayStation 2, they completely dropped the ball by releasing an incredibly expensive at the time PlayStation 3, which, granted, was kind of a powerhouse, and it had a whole bunch of features that I don't think were really all that necessary. Obviously, it's pretty huge, right? Like, gamers were like, fuck that, I'll just go buy the Xbox. And, you know, same thing with the Xbox. When they were killing it with the 360, Don Matrick came in and fucked it up with the Xbox One, okay? You want to watch Price is Right? No, I want to play games, buddy, okay? I don't want my system to be my television box, so to speak. But Microsoft made some blunders and mistakes, which I think they're still paying for to this day. And of course, Nintendo killed it with the Nintendo Switch. I think at this point, if it isn't for the creative accounting going on at Sony, I'm pretty sure the Switch is probably the most selling system in the market. But, of course, it's that hubris that causes them to go down the path that we've discussed. Now, I'm not going to go into all the controversies. I think yesterday's video is fine for it. Today, we're kind of talking about the overall problem of games just going up in value. So if you go to the Best Buy stuff over here, one thing interesting is you can see that Mario Kart World is like $80, right? So that's an $80 game. And you start to see that games like Breath of the Wild are, instead of $80, they're just $70. So remember, Breath of the Wild came out basically the launch of the Nintendo Switch. They're still selling it for $70. Now, I've seen some footage of this and the comparisons, and I swear to God, I think the game is running underneath, like, Yuzu. Like, I think you could literally record the Switch version underneath an emulator, crank up the resolution a little bit, unlock the frame rate, and I'm pretty sure you're getting exactly what the Nintendo Switch 2 is doing. So shutting down those emulators that made old Switch games look better, which shit job by Nintendo, and then they're going to sell you this in upgrade packs down the road, when in reality I don't see anything other than resolution being bumped up, frame rates being unlocked. It's not like it looks like they've went into the actual game and remodified assets or even added in new content. It feels like an up-res, fast, smoother running version of a Switch game. So yeah, while these prices are there, then you get like Bravery Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster. Now this game is actually an embarrassment by Square Enix because what they've done is they've taken a game that is most likely, I think it's around 11 gigs, and they slapped that game key card bullshit onto it. So you shouldn't even be buying this dog shit for $40 because it's not even the full fucking game. Now, of course, you've got Donkey Kong Bonanza for $70. So Donkey Kong is $70, but Mario Kart is supposed to be $80, right, for the Switch 2. And, of course, the further you go down into it, you'll see that Tears of the Kingdom is $80. So it's fluctuating prices. Street Fighter 6, which is also the game key card bullshit, which, again, I wouldn't even recommend you buy this physically because the physical version is gimped, okay? That is a $60 release. So the prices have kind of started fluctuating, but Nintendo has brought in the $80 price tag for a game like Mario Kart World. In fact, to confirm it on Mario Kart World's website, we're on $79.99 June 5th, okay? Now, I showed a clip from my video where I looked at the prices, and in European prices, it was like, I think it was $79 for the digital, and then an extra $10 for the physical. Now, I've started to look a little bit into it, and I think it may be primarily in that area. There's no official statement from Nintendo where games are going to be costing a little bit more, so I'm going to kind of correct myself on it, right? I don't think that Nintendo is going to be pricing games cheaper and passing those savings on to you if they're not producing physical copies. I kind of thought that because the game may have been priced $10 higher based on some people's reports, that they were probably just like dealing with the fact that these are more expensive carts to produce, and so obviously it's going to cost more in the physical packaging. Now, to give you an idea, when I look at this fucking price tag, $79.99 US, to give you an idea, $80 US in Canada, I'm just gonna show you what that looks like. So in Canada, that means the price for this fucking game right now is 112 Canadian dollars, okay? Rounded up to 113, and that is before sales tax gets added, okay? So let me add sales tax for you. That adds up to $126.56. Nintendo, you know what? You want this ass, motherfucker? Okay, you can take it. You can take my ass if that's what you want. $126 for fucking Mario Kart? Are you high? Are you out of your mind? See, like a couple of these games, when you add them up together, is just getting you the actual console itself. And you know what? There's a lot of people discussing things like tariffs and inflation and all the economic factors that kind of lead into it. And obviously, look, when you're dealing with a company like Nintendo or Sony or Microsoft, these decisions don't get made in a vacuum that lasts for a few days. No, there are months and months of planning and
I think I'm gonna go way up there where they'll leave me alone.
And what's actually going to be going on. But Nintendo has inadvertently ushered in the $80 game. And let me tell you something about gaming is a lot of people who feel that $80 is too much. There's a lot of gamers that, you know, felt $70 was kind of asking for too much for a video game. And now we're at a point where, yes, Nintendo has decided for a kart racing game, they're going to price it at $80 US. And the thing is I have to ask is that kart racing game worth the $80 that you're going to be spending down? Honestly, I'd have to ask anybody that's a Mario Kart gamer. I play Mario Kart, and I can't, for the life of me, see that as a reality. And you know what the thing is? I kind of wish that we used to have like in-person events when companies like this used to deliver us this fucking news. And those events used to have crowds in them where the
I'll buy a horse and I'll go way up there to that mountain, and they'll probably leave me alone up there.
When they were wrong, or when they just didn't, like, you know, do something that gamers enjoyed. Like, we made our dislike pretty heard. And nowadays, with all these live stream phenomenons, the only way to do that is by flooding those comment sections, which, by the way, I don't endorse. But one of the things that was happening with this Nintendo Treehouse is that literally people in the chat for like the entirety of this stream were just like, drop the price, drop the price, drop the price. which I think is a fair thing to make. This comparison, again, between Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, that intro, between the Nintendo Switch 2 and the Nintendo Switch, when you crank this up all the way to even 4K resolution, I feel personally, aside from a resolution bump, I'm not actually seeing much in the difference of the actual game. Something like this on the left could have easily been done and has been done. I've played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom in its entirety underneath an emulator where I was running the game above 4K at 60 to 120 frames per second. So what Nintendo is doing over here is not something that gamers weren't able to do. When I look at the actual quality of the work on the ground, a lot of this texture increase, like this rock, for instance, you're seeing, feels like it literally just is an upgrade because of the resolution, because of the extra pixels being rendered. The quality of this rock looks better. It's not as if like the actual artist went back and redid the asset work, at least from my like perception of it, right? When I look at things like the draw distance, for instance, it may look a little bit better, or it might just be due to the fact that the fog is rendered a little differently between these products, but it just looks like a very simple upscaling and up-resing.
Yeah, like you can't get protection from guards here, so like being on the road right there is just asking for it. I didn't really think about it the right way, but up there in that hill, for like there's probably no reason why anybody would ever see you or ever like think that you're there. Yep.
Approaching station.
Yeah, see, that road's busy and they just ganked me. I was asking for it and I lost a horse again. But I mean, I've been stuffing the fucking base, though.
Sorry. Or you know, a smooth...
I could just emulate all of the good Wii games.
Of the actual game. It doesn't...
I think that new one, the Valkyrie or no, what is it? It's Xenoblade, the new Xenoblade.
I feel like anyone has went back and did some extra work on it to make it look a lot better. And that's just the blatant reality. You're paying an upgrade pack for something that is quite possibly, in my opinion, the least amount of upgrades. And I made an example of Microsoft last video where I said, look, a lot of games on Xbox Series X, hell, even back on the Xbox One, Microsoft would just hand out free upgrades for obviously the first party stuff, but they would just handle the third party stuff through the backwards emulation program, through their Xbox Play Anywhere program, where, you know, depending on what device you had, you would get benefits, right? Like, games would run better the better the product that you would purchase. It would be, you know, you would have your Xbox One version, you would have a version for Xbox Series X, a version for Xbox Series S, where, you know, resolution targets were different, frame rate targets were different, asset quality was different. Everyone got the version for their hardware. And it didn't cost gamers a dime. I think we're long past the point when upgrade packs are a thing, just because Microsoft has kind of made it a standard. If one company like that can give to the gamer, I think all companies should follow that. It's funny when companies like this follow each other's, like, you know, beck and call and upping the prices, but they never follow each other's principles when it comes to giving back to the community, or like giving something that is, you know, better for the consumer. And the reason I bring this up is, look, I'm not here to shit on Nintendo. If gamers in Nintendo's camp bring the exact points up, and it is reasonable, I think it's ultimately a net benefit, okay? When you're buying a new system, instead of locking things behind monthly paywalls and issues, you should just get some of these things as incentives for being the first-in buyers for the Switch 2. You know, it's so great. If Nintendo decided to provide these features and get people eased on to transitioning these systems, it'd be great. But as of now, a company like Nintendo is kind of showing their hand and basically realizing that, yeah, we're kind of top dog, and let's see how far we can nickel and dime the gamer. Let's see if we can give them a paid demo. Let's see if we can up the price by an extra $10. And I'll tell you something right now, this is probably not going to work for Nintendo. And again, this is just me being kind of like hopeful. It probably will. But the idea is, for a lot of parents who are walking into Nintendo stores, or like walking into just the Walmarts or Targets or whatever, when you buy your kid a Nintendo Switch 2, and you look at the price of, let's say, a Switch 1 game and a Switch 2 game, and all of a sudden you're seeing the $60 jump to fucking $80, you might think to yourself, Should I? I mean, I was a kid once, and my parents looked at the price of a video game when we were at like a Zellers, and I'm sure my dad looked at it and it was like, why is this game 40 and why is it suddenly jumping 20 bucks more? I mean, it's the same fucking game, right? And maybe it works for like the adult buying a Nintendo Switch 2, but for a parent, they might think, maybe something else might be better for little Timmy or whatever. And this is just speculation by me. Again, I'm not a parent. I've just been a child who.
No, the kid will guess what they want. Trust me.
And looked at the games behind the glass display shelves back when that was a thing. I mean, it still kind of is a thing, but back then it was magical. Okay, it was different. So that Cyberpunk 2077 that I talked about like literally a day ago, there's good news actually. The physical card for the game actually contains the game and the DLC, no additional download. Kind of the coolest shit that I've actually seen, and I'm totally like hyped for it. The other thing about it too is that it's understandable that Cyberpunk 2077 runs at like 40 FPS on that performance mode. So I wasn't really expecting it to be 60 frames. I played Cyberpunk 2077. It is a system showcase kind of game, all right? It is definitely very demanding, and honestly, this sounds like a game system that is on par with something like a...
We don't know why. Grand Theft Auto is demanding, but it's not.
Actually where I also played
Cyberpunk is demanding when it shouldn't be.
Surprisingly, I also played it around 40 frames per second using the system's actual limiting devices. And it was a pretty fun experience, right? Like, one of the things that I genuinely think is cool about the Switch, and one of the reasons why I play the Steam Deck is, obviously, I like to have the ability to play the game on my main system, and then I can just cross-save it over to the Steam Deck, so I play the main stuff here, I do a lot of side content on my Steam Deck, and vice versa, back and forth. I think that's a pretty cool way to play games and take them with you on the go. You can play a massive RPG on your big screen, and you can play a little bit of it on your Steam Deck. It's literally the only reason why I've been able to finish recent, large, 100-hour JRPGs is by having it sort of split between these two devices. And obviously, the big value for the Switch is, like, you know, you can dock it, you can take it with you. Super cool stuff, super interesting. But honestly, I feel like for the price that this is basically offering itself at, there is actual competition in the space. Now, looking at all the things like, you know, mouse mode on the actual Switch and some of the new upgrades, the most closest thing that I've seen is this Legion Go compared to it, right? And obviously, this is a lot more expensive than a Switch 2. But I feel like, obviously, if you're in this market and, you know, if you're already spending this kind of money, I think saving some more pennies for having the extra Legion Go performance and actually having, like, the ability to have an open PC platform you can mod games on, have access to multiple storefronts and games that probably aren't going to launch on the Switch. This is probably the one device that takes the wind out of the sails a little bit, right? It's got the old detachable Joy-Cons that you're seeing right over here.
When I travel, I want to take the tablet with me and connect it to oh no, I guess I can't. I can't do that. I guess it's just my cell phone. Yeah, I want to connect my cell phone I want to connect my cell phone and play New World on a controller, I guess.
All right, you can take these off. There's a little infrared like beam under here, so you can use like mouse mode on this if you really wanted to. And it's got a lot of those features that the Switch 2 is kind of showcased. Again, at obviously a more expensive price, but again, it's taken the wind out of the sails because as cool as the Switch 2 is, I feel like a lot of the stuff that I've seen with this system has already been met by other competitors in the space, whether it be the Steam Deck or whether it be like the Legion Go, whether it be Asus's like Rogue. There's a lot of handhelds now, especially handhelds like that are actually in the same storefront as the Nintendo Switch is going to be. So I think for a lot of things going forward, the Switch 2 looks like it's kind of just a Steam Deck almost, like it's an upgraded version of the Switch, which is kind of what everyone really expected. But I wouldn't expect it to be like a PS5 equivalent, and nobody really thought that unless they were completely fucking delusional. Now, the thing with the prices, to kind of go back to it, you can look up the history of video game prices, and obviously games were expensive back then. There's no doubt about it. And
well, I have 37 Thief, which is TH2, so my items are going to be better too.
Depending on what you ended up getting, right? Back then, I even showed this in videos. You could look up old magazines where games were on sale, and some...
I'm going to look at something on YouTube here. I like that map pack. It was cool. What about this? Is this map improved? No. Okay, so I am trying to... I know, I'm not trying to farm, I'm trying to walk. Ah, yes, I'm trying to walk. I will sell and buy a horse, and I will take the horse somewhere else that isn't the road, and I won't get ganked or touched at all, probably. If I stay away from here, I'll probably be totally untouched. Yeah, if we watch the foot traffic, they come in and out of here all the time. Let's watch which way he goes. He goes directly out. So we see that in like, no, you can see the render really, you can see him in render for a long time. We're going to see where he goes. Now he's out of render. But yeah, I want to go like out there. I don't think anybody would have any reason to go right out there, just left of the tower, right? Yep. So let's go trade for a horse, and I'll go out there, and I'll begin shopping again. I lost, like, maybe, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes, something's fine. I got a gank there right on the road, and I realized, no, I'm doing the dumbest, most, like predictable thing. Bows are useless in PvP, but they're not useless in PvE. Oh, look, I sold. There's 60 gold. Nice, I sold all of my stone, which is cool. 60 gold is good. We'll keep what, 15 of this and dump the other 44. Look, the stacks went up. I guess I'll place like another 6 stacks and see if they're in the mood to buy. I've got to get up behind the counter though. What's holding me down? It's that stone here. Just dump it. Let's go place a few more stacks up at a better price. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll leave a row just so you know I have like some capital, right? We'll come and we'll sell this for, I want 25 gold. Or I don't know. 15 seemed okay. 15 a stack. 15, 30, 45, 60, 70, 90, 90. Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, what am I getting on the market for that? It's like fucking 10 or something. So 15 gold. Sell, 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 sell. Sell, sell. Yep, all for 15 gold. Rock crystal geodes are going for 8 gold a piece. That's good to know. We don't want to sell those. So that's 25 gold right there in rock crystal geodes. That's cool. So we see that there is money doing this. The other character would be better for mining, and he would be like better to stick in Tindrum because I don't want to live in Tindrum. The walking's too much. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Doing all that cost me money, so I'm gonna go buy horse. I've learned not to talk to these people. They're like angry natives, and they'll respect you if you don't talk shit to them or get in their face or do anything but back away from them and move along. This is kind of how I like deal with problems in real life too. I'll just ignore people that I don't really like or wish to acknowledge. And I've learned, I used to cuss at them when they pissed me off. But no, that's the worst thing. That's the last thing you should do. I went to horse. I want you to sort by lowest first. I mean, yeah, does it matter? Not really. Okay, now they stole my saddle, I guess, which is like so dumb. Yeah, they stole my saddle, but that's fine. I mean, whatever. Okay, so I wish to dump that stuff out of here and pull a saddle. This guy stole my saddle, so we'll go deal with that. P for saddle. Or no, I'm going to go to step for saddle. There we go. Okay. Now I want to venture out. And I didn't realize, but yeah, if I go somewhere out where I can see, one of the beautiful things about Tindrum is, and I never thought about it this way, and this, real life is sort of like this too, is you can go out really far where there's not foot traffic and you can just mine for fucking forever. And nobody's going to gank you out there because nobody's coming through. No, I mean, and I'm going to go out to like further, right, where I can still see Tindrum, right, and the statue, but out way the fuck further. And I'll just make sure I don't have like any pursuers or anything, right? Okay, so summon a pet. Familiar it. No, that's in 4 minutes. Yeah, I'll do it in 4 minutes. And jack this Reaper. God damn it. Just now. So like even here, you probably would get way less interference than where I was. If you're out of Apex and you're not near somewhere where anybody would be for any reason, if they're not passing through, if it's not a normal, you know, place, and I want a really big, like, long stone mountain that I can just, like, tap for, like, you know, like 2 hours or whatever until I go to bed. That one was pretty good. I feel like, why the fuck would anybody be coming through here at all? Why would they ever see you or hear you? Right here, if you tap, 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 tap all over this, I'm out of Apex. They'd have to hear me or see me. Here, I like this little bowl. I like the bowl with the rock. Yeah, and there's lots and lots of rock here. It'll take a while. I'll work my way. I don't know. The horse kind of stands out. You can sort of see the horse. So I'd like to, like, I don't know. I guess, no, I do. I want to park the horse. Well, no, I guess I'll just carry the horse with me. It's fine. Granum. I thought this was all rock too, but it's not. But yeah, that is here. We'll tap this. I bet I'm totally left alone here. I bet almost nobody. Maybe somebody comes through. Maybe I'm wrong. We don't know. But we'll see. I bet I'm totally unmolested here. I was thinking that you want to do it near town so you can just go back and dump. But no, you want to fill the horse and then dump, you know, in some really distant, like unlikely place. You can always ride if you can always see Tindrum. That makes it a much safer place, kind of, than for Burnham. One of the things I've been struggling with is I like this base that I built, and I could easily dump 100 gold into it and put like a year's income in it. And I would have like a Fiburnum base, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I like living in Fiburnum better. I know Fiburnum better, and I think it's all connected, and it's less walking, and the market's good. And I know that I can sell workbenches there for a really good profit. Anyways, let's kill leeches on the beaches. These things probably don't hurt us at all anymore, because I'm like 2 levels higher now. And yeah, like I'm so high that, yeah, my evasion's probably like hard for them to even like land a hit, honestly. And I'm killing them faster too. Which is good. Yeah, I want these things to chunk so I can just kill them per capita. Yep, I'm probably way safer out here like EVE Online. I love Mortal, actually. Oh, shit, you startled me. Fucking Christ. Swall. I'm afraid I might need creature control more than anything else, and I still haven't switched out swords yet. But I want to just get the 3 bandits or whatever. Oh. Bandit. I'll shoot one with a bow, I guess. It's nice to be able to pull them. Switch. And it's so dark in here, even my night eye doesn't really, like, help that much. Wait, am I dying? Kill, my pretty kill. Oh, right, I need, to switch up my macro, but I don't want to do it yet. Okay, this thing is depleted. We'll come over here, and we'll just work our way all over this thing, right? Yep, and I'll just stuff my horse. Right. Good. And I can't die in Haven to anything that isn't like that to PvP, so it doesn't matter if I don't pay attention. got 3 bandits. Yeah, I'll be totally unharassed out here, huh? There's 300 people. What are the chances one of them, like, maybe somebody rides by, you know? But the likelihood of it is way, 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 way less than over there. And I didn't really think about it that way. I was like, the sanctity of the town will protect me. For some reason in my head, I was like, the town will protect me if I just hang out by the guards. They just won't attack me. But no, it's really that why would you ever be found? It's actually more like don't ever be found. Don't be places that you get found. If you do, bring people or whatever. I guess I could go a little louder than this. We'll go to like 5. No, that's still too much. It's like 4. 4? 4 seems to be it. There's the graveyard. Is the general up? We'll kill him because I need Clade. Oh, did I get a Clade? Oh, I do. I have a Clade. So, when crafting, more food, war cry that gives me physical defense, I think is the best thing in the chart, really, the whole physical defense thing. Strong back, constitution, strength. Let's get the strength out of the way, because it's a really fundamental strong one that needs to be done. Yeah, I'm going straight to the fucking guard. I don't care. Get off me. Ah. Run. Okay, get your sword out here. Primate meat lore. Wait, why do you always put the things at the top? It's so annoying. Primate meat lore.
See what I have for you. Nice talking to you. See what I have for you. Dear, welcome back.
Now, my swords are at... Swords are at 50. That's good. That's better. That's more reasonable. That'll help me get my own swords up as I attack and stuff, but and it's good to work on the main weapon that you're currently using, and I might switch weapons. Yeah, I might go just full-blown archer and just go mounted archer and never ever leave the horse. You know, that is a viable thing, and just get down to loot. That's it. Yeah, now we turn in Bandit, which is on the other side of town. Yeah. Tribe Rats pays more. Renown. So, and a silver... but the bandit pays 2 silver aegis, and also I can buy an item. I want the war axe, the great axe. I want the great axe. So I want that, and I'll give you that. Accept. Cool. I have a great axe, right? So now... Oh no, I want the bow, but in my other hand... No. Yep. And now, yeah, and I'll get axe skill next. I'll buy the striker and axe training next, but I wanted the well-built first. Let's test the action on the axe. Yeah, look, it looks cool. Yup, I like it more. Look, it's got thrusting action and stuff. Yeah, fuck this guy. Shwa, fuck you up. Yep, I want to go two-hander. Fuck shields, right? Yeah, this is better. And I don't know, like maybe I can always buy this off the soldier or whatever. Or I could just buy great axes maybe. It might be expensive, but whatever, that's what farming is for. This axe looks fucking sweet. I'll have to, yeah, but then I immediately need to, oh, I need to take one. Chaining the general is probably the fastest. I mean, that's fast glory for all of this. The fastest thing to do. I mean, I could go back and kill bandits. That's something else I could do. We go all the way right out there. It's a bandit. That wasn't that far. Or, yeah, that wasn't that bad. 66. Or I could just kill the general. I could just kill the general on spawn, which I think is actually the fastest way to do it. And I've got to train this great axe anyways, which means going back to the graveyard. Okay, how is this? Did you log me out? Nope, you didn't log me out. So, okay, good. I feel a lot safer suddenly. Yeah, it's like being by the fucking town is such a sketch thing. So is this done? That's depleted. Let's go up higher. And tap the top of it. Down, I guess. Yeah, like we'll tap the top down. Well, I don't know. That kind of silhouettes me a little bit. Yeah, come down like just a little bit. Yeah, like down like where I'm not silhouetted on the stone. Yeah, like that. Okay, so now I've got to go to the bank. Almost like halfway to getting level 5 clade. I like the axe. I like it. The action on it is good. So now, combat librarian. Can I get like an axe? Oh, armor training. Can I get armor training? Armor training might be really a lot better right now. I want the archery thing though. Yeah, I want to be a great axe. Well, but I don't want to use the great axe. I'm just gonna like I mean, but I can for PvE if I need to. I can use the great axe. How to wield an axe. Axes. Axes. Okay. Your axes skills passively up to level 70. That's probably what I should do next, as opposed to archery. Maybe I should train this book just to get it in my head.
Welcome back anytime.
You're already training swords. Yeah, I want to get out of swords now. We got enough in for the moment. I want to do range combat. Yep, 55 hours. Did I already know the skill? I don't know. So stop training. It's probably a waste, but whatever. So we'll do... Right now, I suppose, I dumped into swords, but that's dumb. I shouldn't have done that. Well, now we'll do an axe, and I realized what I wanted. Now I know, so I'm just going to... I'm going to completely, fully reverse and go back the other direction, right? And we're going to go into sword... Oh, no, I don't know. Having 50 swords is good, but I want to lock it there. And then I can always get a sword until I can reach another great axe, right? That's what I think of with this. So then I go and look at swords. I want to cap. I want to lock at 50. Yep. Then we train axes. Yep. And we begin to train axe. Good. I have Therans and Silver Aegises and such. When I leave, I'll bring my great axe and probably gold, I guess. Yeah, gold. Yeah. And, I like the Razorback. He looks good. I hate the way they snort, but I don't know. I can handle it with the volume low. Okay, almost depleted. So I'm going to come over here and try in this little hole. Yep, and I can just like fill the horse. And when I feel paranoid, I'll just ride back. You know, fuck it. So, combat librarian. Archery, yeah, we'll do axes for while I sleep.
Nice talking to you.
Got some fried springbok there. I will do. Oh no, you cannot use skills while mounted. So what? How does this work? I go. Oh, you need an Ogmere pipe. I lost one when I fell off the cliff, huh? So here, you take me to go buy an Ogmere pipe and some ichor. No, I have ichor, but I don't know where the pipe is. The pipe is gone for some reason. Well, let's go buy a pipe, I guess. I don't know what happened to the pipe. Oh, maybe they're finite? And maybe I used it and it's gone now? I don't know. Let's go see. So the pipe I think would be over here on the utility vendor. Yeah, give me one. Accept. So get off this pig. And we're gonna test the Ogmere pipe. Oh, it does. It's a reagent, and it's expensive one too. It's like a potion. Wow. Oh, okay. So it's like a free potion. That's cool. So give me like 10. How much do they weigh? Yeah, so that's only a pound. No, give me like 20 of them. Do they stack? Kind of. That's a cool little thing. That's cool. I like that system more. I'm learning the game. Oh, I turned my heater off because I used my microwave, and that's not really what I wanted. It's cold in here. So... This is tapped out. We're just going to come over here. Yep, we're just going to do a whole bunch of granum. What was that sound? That was somebody else. Okay. So yes, let's go. Let's throw that out because it's heavy. And now we will go kill the undead general. Oops, which is the other direction. There's someone fishing. That's awesome. Bunt. Poacher. Yep, gotta change up my macro. Oh, I want to change my macro so that oh yes, I want True Strike on my macro. There we go. True Strike. It's barely passive income. It's not totally passive income, but yeah. It plays like a spear. But it's got solid blunt and piercing and slashing damage, so I want to be doing this. I want to be going like from right. Oh yeah, that chops them up, look. So wow, that really does do like no damage.
have what you're looking for. On it, please, come again.
Cooking pots of 20. I got nothing from that. It wasn't worth doing. Ooh, access to 37. No, don't log me out. Damn, look at the damage on the axe. Look how much damage that axe actually does. Oh, I like the axe. Ooh, elemental. I bet I resist a bunch more of what this elemental does. Yeah, that's right. Get on me. No, no arrow go. Oh my god, it full heals you. Oh, wait, the meat. Oh, yeah, 20. Put cooking pot to 20. Cook increase to 31.
I have what you're looking for. Thank you. Nice talking to you.
Oh, I suppose I should go feed this pig soon.